So, again, meet someone and touch the hands and sense mindfully and compassionately yourself and the other person. And then leave again. And how is leaving? What is easier, touching or leaving? Are there any emotions in this or not? And then something very important that we need for the next week. You still?
Yeah, did we wait for everybody?
No, no, so go on. So as we are 4 people, we have a lot of meeting to do. So now let's practice saying no when you are touched. So you can approach someone and touch someone, and you take my hand off and say no.
No.
And let's practice that. You're approaching someone, touching them, and the other one says no.
Oh.
And also notice what this does to you. No. If you get a no, but it's just a no. No. Okay, so we did practice the no, and at any point during this retreat, you can say that, and you do not have to explain anything. Just say no. So, because now we will try to touch a little bit more. So, let's partner up. We have to partner up. And I will show with you, Britta. Yes, I want to touch your back. Is this okay? Yes. So can you turn around so that your back is facing me? No, yeah. Your back is facing me. Yes. And I'm stroking down the back, but I'm not massaging or doing something with the energy. I'm just trying to sense what is there in the moment. And I also try to apply the quality. So I try to sense mindfully and compassionately. And I repeat that. So I start just stroking down the back. And Britta is also sensing what is there. And also Britta is noticing, is there anything going on because of that, that we both sense her back. Yes, maybe there's a movement, maybe there's something going on with the balance. Yes. And as there is already movement going on, I'm placing the hands and I'm asking Britta to keep moving. Oh, and I'm following. So where does the back want to move to? My hands are following. My hands are just helping the sensing. Good, and I'm leaving the touch, but I stay with you and you keep moving. And my attention is with you. Ask you to stop and come back to a balanced position. So, Britta, how are you? What did you experience at the little interview?
Happiness.
Heaviness. Very soft inside the heaviness.
Everywhere. The opportunity to go everywhere.
The opportunity to go everywhere.
It's good.
It's good. I see a smile in your face. Good. Very soft. And cozy. Thank you, Britta. Okay, then let's do that. I talk you through. Britta, du kriegst es noch einmal. So decide who is in which role. Yes, I just look. Yes, and then start stroking down the back. No, just standing without moving first, so that you just have a plain sensation of your back. So what is there right now? Hello, body. Sensing mindfully and compassionately. And also the person standing, maybe there's already a reaction, something going on. Because we are looking for the inside reaction. Yes, there's a lot of reaction here. If not, just start moving slowly and gently, still sensing what is there. Well, then start moving slowly and gently. Place two hands, one hand on the top and one in the bottom of the back. Help sensing mindfully and compassionately with your hands. Follow the movement. Breathe, make sounds. And let what's inside express itself, unfold itself, regulate itself. And then when you're ready, let go of the touching, but the person moving keeps moving, sensing mindfully and friendly. Okay. And then ask your partner to come back to standing in a balanced position and do a little interview. I just switch off my microphone. So let's get ready to change roles. If you're ready in talking, Satmuk and Satsabat, are you ready to change roles? Yes, it looks like. So, Britta, I talk you through. Stroke down the back of your partner, just sensing what is there. A clean movement down. You don't have to do anything, you just have to sense, and you will repeat it. It doesn't, but just the back is enough, and just stroke down. Yes. Mindfully and friendly. What is there? And what do you sense the next time? What is under your hand? Where is it hard? Where is it soft? Ah. Good, and then last time, so maybe something is going on in front already. Maybe the last time. And then place one hand on top of the back and one in the bottom of the back, and the person in front starts moving slowly and gently, exploring, following the sensation, and mindfully and compassionately. Oh, ooh. Mm. Ah. And then leave touch and stay with your partner. And your partner keeps exploring on the inside. And mindfully and with compassion, ah, good. And then come to an end, come to a neutral position, do a little interview, which means asking about the experience and just listening mindfully. And I will mute myself. So, say thank you and goodbye to your partner and walk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And walk alone in the space. And breathe. How is it to be on your own again? And how do you sense your body in walking now? Is it any different to half an hour ago? And how do you experience the space around you? Good. I need a sip of water and then we will continue. Good. Then let's stand somewhere where we can see each other. And let's touch ourselves. So touch your head. But now you have a little bit more understanding what touch is, because you had the touch from your partner and you were touching your partner. So how is it to touch your head and sense mindfully and friendly what is there? Does your head like that? But does your head need another kind of touch? And then just change the place of touch, maybe one hand in the front and one in the back. So how does your head feel here? And how is it to have mindful and compassionate attention to your head? And also, how is it to touch your ears and the sides of your head? And also sense that mindfully and friendly. And now let's start slowly and gently to move your head and support it with your hands. So your hands help sensing and are following and supporting, and you ask your head, what do you need? What would feel good? And then gradually also use your whole body in this exploration. So how is your body reacting? Your spine, maybe you're shifting weight and you're following what would feel good. And maybe this is surprising. And then let your head hang forward and roll down the spine. And let your arms hang and sense inwards to your spine, also mindfully and compassionately. And then down there, touch your head again. And move it a little bit. What does your head need here?
And then roll up again, sensing each vertebra coming up again. And place your head on top of everything and then become really tall and stretch out. Start to move freely here. Oh yes, what does your body need now? Ooh. After exploring the head and the spine. Breathing inwards mindfully, friendly. Good. And then take some steps through your space. And notice how you are. How is your head? How is your spine? What did you experience? Was this pleasant or unpleasant? What needs to adapt now in walking? Good, then let's come together again and put your hands on your pelvis. So let's stroke down in the back and sense mindfully and compassionately what is there. Maybe your body is reacting on that, maybe not. And then stroke up in the front, over your pelvis, up to your belly. And then let's combine that. Down in the back, over the side, to the front, and up in the front, and to the back again, and down the back. So we have this big circle. And then place the hands on the side. And do nothing in the beginning. Just sensing mindfully and compassionately. What is in there? Now start moving your pelvis. Keep sensing with your hands from the outside and also from the inside. Sensing mindfully and compassionately. Keep breathing and making sounds. Now start to shift your weight on the legs a little bit more so that you come to stepping, but still sensing your pelvis, as this is all related to movement of your pelvis.
Hmm. And stay compassionate in your thinking. You sense your pelvis. And stay with your pelvis, but change the places of touch. Where does it need more attention in the pelvic region? To the front, to the side, to the back. So we are still sensing and moving our pelvis. So we added possibility of making steps, shifting the weight on our legs and still sense our pelvis. What kind of movement is going on there when we shift our weight? And also, we have more freedom of sensing different areas. So you can change the place of touch to those places that feels good for you right now. Ah, keep breathing and making sounds. From here, come to a full body movement. So open your arms again and what does your rest of your body want to do when you start sensing from your pelvis? Ah. Hmm. Hmm. And can you still stay mindfully and compassionate with yourself? Is this possible? Is this easier or harder than working with a partner? Good. And then come to walking again through the space. And notice, how are you now? Did anything change in your body? And also, what are you thinking and feeling? Did anything change in your mind? How do you experience the space? Good. And then let's come together again where we can see each other. And let's get in touch with our rib cage and our breathing. So touch the front of your chest and sense the movement of your breathing, the expansion and the condensing. And don't do anything to it, just listen. How is the next breath? And can you sense it mindfully and compassionately? And then put your hands on the sides, on your ribs. And sense the movement of the breathing there, and how is the right side and how is the left side. Sense it mindfully and compassionately, and then put one hand in front and one in the back. What do you have between your hands? Breathing, but there's also the heart. And from here, start moving your chest slowly and gently. Asking, what does it need there? Where do you want to go? How is it? Still to the side, to rotate, or front and back. And how's your breathing reacting on that? And keep moving your chest and open your arms out. And how are your arms connected to your chest and to your heart? And to your breathing. And come to a full body movement. What is your head doing? What are your legs and your pelvis doing? And still sense mindfully and friendly. What is there? What is your mind doing? What are you thinking and feeling while you're following your movement and sensing your body? And again, walk through your space once more. And how are you now? Did anything change or not? And we will meet again touching hands, and Satmuk and Satsapat can just do it 3 times. We have 3 partners, so We're just doing the same thing, and now we are cleansing and breathing again. How is it for ourselves, and how is it? What do we sense from our partner, and how is it to go apart again? And then find another partner, or walk a little through the space. How is touching now? Good. And then find a place where you can roll down to eventually lie on the floor on your belly. We will go to the floor. No, eventually. Not immediately. I see the need. But, so you have space to do that. And we start by rolling down the spine. Sensing mindfully and friendly. Oh, what is there? Breathe. Move your arms a little bit. Move your knees a little bit. Move your spine a little bit. Sense your breathing. So we will try to stay open in the movement so that change can happen. And then bend your legs and come to a squatting position. Sensing your legs. And then let your knees forward, walk your hand forward. Come to a quadruped position and stay there. Move a little bit your spine and your pelvis. How is it to have weight on your hands and arms? Oh, can you still sense your body mindfully and friendly? Then lower your pelvis towards your heels and put your forehead on the floor and touch the floor and sense this pressure into the spine. How is touching the floor with the head? And then stretch out your legs and lie down on the floor, on your belly. And sense the touch of the floor. Your partner was touching the back. How is it to sense the touch on the front? Sense it mindfully and compassionately. And notice gravity, the force of the earth pulling on you. And the floor is resisting. That's why you can sense this pressure in the touch. And notice how
Your body can adapt to this pull from the earth and this push from the floor. And sense both of it mindfully and compassionately. How is this on the outside, on the skin, but also how is it on the inside? Each cell can sense that and adapt to it. How is it for your inner organs to have this pull and this push? And also notice your breathing on the inside. This going on also all the time. Also sense the movement of your breathing mindfully and compassionately. And what is happening if you really surrender a little bit more to gravity? What is happening on a physical level? But also what's happening on an emotional level or in your thinking. Is this pleasant? Not. And maybe there's some reactions in your body. Your body wants to move already. If this is happening, support it and move. If your body doesn't want to move, decide to move slowly and gently, still sensing your body, but with gravity and with this push, pull, and touch happening all the time. So how do you have to organize yourself all the time due to this gravity going on? So allow also for a little bit bigger movements. Asking yourself, what does it need in your relationship to earth and the floor and to gravity? What is this dance of surrender or freedom, pushing or pulling? Breathing down. Start rolling around. What's going on in the next position, in the next movement? How is the relationship to gravity and the floor there?
What does your body need? And stay moving. Keep this possibility of development open. Ooh. What is the next position or movement? And can you keep following what feels pleasant? Observing yourself mindfully and compassionately. Where are you touching the floor now? How is gravity pulling now? And now let's start our development, growing up. So slowly, eventually come to a higher position, to sitting or crawling. You need to do that. What kind of physical organization do you need to do that? But also, what kind of mental organization do you need to do that? What amount of will? Ooh. And what amount of attention you need to bring also to your space and your surrounding in order to be able to come to sitting or crawling. Oh. And then let's make our way up even higher. So what does it take from crawling to standing up? Hmm. How is it to have weight on your feet and legs? How is the touch on the soles of your feet? Can you sense that mindfully and compassionately? Ooh. Hmm. How is it to make steps now? What is going on in your mind? What are you thinking and feeling? Is there anything that is different from 1 hour ago? Hmm. And notice also the room around you. How are you experiencing that? And also, how are you now experiencing the other people in the room? Is this different or not? Yes. So, let words come to you. Think about the essence. What did you experience and what changed? And we will make a 15 minutes break, water in, water out, drinking tea. So let's meet at 3:40. Is this correct? Yes, 3:40. Okay, and then we will share our experiences. So let's have a little break now. So let's gather again to share. Here they come. Ta-da. Okay, as the trio is already into talking, let's start there. Anna, how are you? What did you experience?
Okay. The beginning was very different to the middle and the end because it was very strange for me to not do this in my own living room alone. And the other people to be 3D instead of 2D. So it took a bit of time to get used to that and understand the new sensation and the new environment. But after the first exercise with the touch on the back, then I felt myself integrating into the environment a bit more, little by little, and by the end, with the floor work, which is always a favorite, I really felt like into it and part of what I was doing. And what came to my mind was like, as welcomed as I felt here, that's when I welcomed myself in the space, and how much the movement and the touch and the interaction helped little by little to reach that. So, and very, very warm sensation, very calm. Yeah, and it felt really nice.
How are you now, Anna?
Yeah, I'm feeling calm.
You're feeling calm.
Yeah, I'd say that's the main word.
Thank you, Anna. Let's pass the frog to Britta. Britta, how are you? What did you experience?
Yes, it was very fine to come inside and sometimes I remember on the end it was a feeling like how where I am now, and it's like unbekannt, also
Unknown.
yeah, unknown where I am now, and it was very quiet and slow and fine. Fine feeling with me. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Britta. Julia, what was your experience?
So, yeah, I fell asleep on the floor, which was really good. I somehow before I was really active, and then I realized starting with the somatic movement how tired I am actually, and so I was already looking really forward to the floor. Yeah, and I really also like the exercise, just stroking down the back, which just is so simple. We did it several times, but I never did it with Anna, and it was really nice to sense her touch and the good quality of touch. And yeah, and I could like feel that my back was softer like immediately. So I'm fine.
You are fine.
A little bit more awake now. Let's see.
A little bit more awake. Thank you, Julia. There is some reflection here, so I have to sit back. Then let's go to Carinthia. Satmuk, how are you? What was your experience?
My experience was soft, I would say, and it was nice to I would say not nice, but I felt like my body needed this kind of attention, a lot of small adjustment, and yeah, I don't know, I don't have much to say actually. It was kind of continuous and going deeper into what was happening. And I enjoy also the time on the floor. I went on the wood that I was surprised was very cold. Didn't expect that the wood is cold. But it was nice to feel all the details of the wood on my face and on my arms, and really go into the touch with the hardness of the wood. And now I feel a bit, I feel very relaxed and more sensitive, but also it stimulated a slight headache. I mean, just a kind of tension in like a nerve here. So I'm just observing that. I feel good, but it's like, what is happening there? Why are you here? So that's for me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Satmuk. And also, if you can really try the difference of lying on a really hard surface and lying on a soft surface. Because lying on a hard surface is you get more reactions in the body. Yeah, the body needs to adapt, and then something is going on. If you lie on a soft surface, it's like, I go asleep. Yeah. So for the purpose of changing through somatics, it's good to lie on a hard surface. Yeah. For sleeping, it's better lying on a soft surface. Thank you, Satmuk. Satsabat, how are you? What did you experience?
I told you, Dieter, I'm sick and I'm a little bit struggling, so I suffered a little bit. It's not easy not to concentrate on the problem the way I feel now, because I feel like it's a flu, so it's everywhere. And if I move the head it's hurting. If I move the back, so I am limited in my movement. But I still tried, and I discovered that is the least worst thing that I could do. I explain, when I sleep, it's worse, and when I move, it's worst. So I realized that moving in this way so slowly is the best that could help me, and I do feel better. Of course, I'm still sick, but I do feel better than when we started. Yes. And also on the floor, I was a little bit, I had preconception to go on the floor. Usually I just throw myself in and I love it and I sleep like Julia. Today it's an exception, but I slept every time except one last week. But this time I went with a little bit of apprehension because the hard floor and everything is hurting. So, but then on the floor I found this position when we rolled with the legs up, which is rationally not comfortable at all, but my body really found it very, very comfortable. And it really helped my back. So yeah, so it was good. It was a little discovery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that your body found something that seems absurd, but it was good for your body. That's exactly what we are looking for. Yeah. And take care. So just lying on the sides and listening what's going on also gives you a lot of information. Yeah. So take your time for recovery.
Thank you.
Good. Then let's make our opening circle. So for the opening circle, there are 2 questions that you can answer any way you wish to. So the 2 questions are, what is your background? And what is your intention to attend to this retreat? So let's start again with Anna. Anna, so what's your background and what's your intention?
So my background is in management. So it's a lot of numbers and legal and accounting stuff. And I started, at some point, I started an exploration into like understanding the body and like going more inside out, which it was something that I neglected a bit. And yeah, so my intention for this is to continue this exploration and go deeper and learn more and be able to experience more and integrate more into what I do. Into what I do, I mean, day to day. And from there, see how I can take that professionally as well. So that's my intention.
Thank you, Anna. Britta, what is your background and what is your intention to take this retreat?
My background is has to do with touch, with shiatsu, and I think it's a norm, but potential inside in this touching, and I'm always looking for more with me, with myself. What's going on? What can I feel? I think the gifts are inside. You know, my background is also my teacher, Satmuk and Satsabat with Kundalini Yoga. It's so nice to see you now again in another way. So it's really surprised and very, very nice. And yes, I don't know. It's like it comes maybe a new world, a new view of all these beautiful things that we learn in this life, and it's go further. But the way is inside. The way is inside. Now I'm retired, and but it's not the end. So I'm happy to meet Dieter and Julia with this Paradise Jam here. It's a half hour away from my new home, also on the countryside now, not in Vienna.
Yes, and I'm experienced with the people from the country. It's another world, another thinking, another. It's yeah, and it's a challenge sometimes, or often. Yeah, but yeah, I'm still alive, and so yeah, that's my intention. Yeah, to looking for more with this touch, with this beautiful touch. And I think when we give more touch to another, so the world can be more lovely, more not so hard and not so aggressive. So and more, yeah. What's the word for? I don't know.
You can say it in German also.
Yeah. Für mehr Frieden. Yeah. Frieden einfach.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah, peace. Thank you.
More peace through touch. Thank you, Britta. Julia, what is your background and what is your intention?
Yeah, what is my background? I am a human biologist. And I was always interested in the human biology, in the human being. And only when I met Dieter and this work, I realized that actually I probably started human biology to learn more about my own body. So it's really a very nice extension of all my studies. Yes, but now I'm working with plants. So I kind of developed a method called somatic herbalism, where it's not about so much knowing about how the herbs work, but it's more about and feeling them. Yes, so that's my background, and I'm really happy to be here with all of you and to support Dieter in this retreat and all the others. So I'm always on the lucky side that I can all take it all in. So it's really beautiful. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you for supporting me. It's really a luxury to have an assistant, especially this morning. I was very like, not so much to do this morning, because Julia did a lot of the organizing stuff. Thank you, Julia. Yes, I will talk in the end, because this will lead towards what we are doing. So let's continue with Satmuk. Satmuk, what is your background and what is your intention?
So my background is being a yogi, whatever it means, and teaching a lot of Kundalini yoga around the world. And yeah, I was reflecting when you asked for the intention. I have the impression that this year there is a big shift for me, and the somatic movement came right at that moment, and I still don't really understand what is the meaning of this shift. It impacts a lot the way I teach Kundalini yoga. So I can see that the more I go deeper with the somatic movement, the more there is something happening also in my teaching. And I don't know where it's leading me. This is yeah, I'm just observing the change and the new kind of the new inspiration that come from that. And yeah, we integrated a little bit more the somatic in the training we did 2 weeks ago on relationship. And it was very interesting to also share it and have the feedback from the students in the context of what we offer. It was very nourishing, but still, it's still an experiment. So I don't know how this will come together, I mean, unfold in the future. And the intention of this week, to be honest, I don't have a clear intention, except that it's the third module, so I'm just following. I'm just, the first and second one always, I mean, brought me both something that I didn't expect and I couldn't even imagine that it would bring to me. It helped really to put words and have clarity on my inner process. So I guess this week will be the same. It will help me to figure out who I am a little bit more and what is the next step. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Satmuk. I hope this week can provide that for you.
Thank you.
Satsabat, what is your background and what are your intentions?
Yeah, when you ask for the first time, because I actually never thought of that, I saw like a sort of evolution going through towards calmness in my life, because the first 20 years was more like Anna management and numbers, and I was working at the United Nations for 25 years, doing a lot of hard sports, horse riding and tennis and football and everything that was really hard. And then yoga and meditation with Kundalini Yoga, really the next 20 years, 24 years, brought me to more concentration and calmness. And 2 or 3 years ago, I started seeing that I wanted to include something else and offer transformation, but not through such a discipline like the Kundalini Yoga required. There are a lot of people that need something to change, but are not able to do a regular practice, or they are afraid to do it, and they need an individual accompaniment, which is not for the big group of yoga. So that's motivated me to this training and to a couple of others that I did also to this in the site. And I saw that he's bringing exactly there. So offering answers to ourselves is also the dynamic of our couple and so. But also offering individual answer, of course, but also being able to offer answer to people when Kundalini Yoga doesn't help, because they just can't respond to it or can't do it, or it's not their thing. Yeah? So I'm happy to have more options, and also to combine these options. Like Satmuk said, last week was very beautiful, and this is exactly in spite of the fact that we are completely fully beginners, but people responded to the technique because we just applied what we learned. So it's not our stuff. So they responded to the technique. And what they said is that exactly so deep and transformative the week, but so gentle. What happened? What happened to you guys? So it was nice. It was exactly my point, is that's why I said towards calmness, which is what I wish, and it's probably also the age. Yeah, so the intention for this week is to complete, to gain a little bit more experience and to see what it brings. And I started with a little bit of apprehension this week for several reasons, but then I saw the trio and it looks like so peaceful there. It's so nice to see Britta and Julia and Anna and chatting together. They look like something that will bring some colors also. So I'm happy. I look forward to work together with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Satsabat. So actually, now I should answer also these questions. What is my background and why I'm doing this? And when I was listening to you, I thought, well, I'm not prepared to answer this. And some words came to me through the process that interested me always was becoming happy. What does it need to be happy? So happy being the opposite of suffering. So what does it need to not suffer? And how can we develop in a way in this direction? So I think all what I learned and all my way was more or less always about this question. And what I found is on one way, leave people alone with good intentions, but also do connect to people and do bond. And by bonding and asking, what do you need? A lot of development is happening. Right now, I'm reconnecting to philosophy because I studied 3 years philosophy before I studied dance and then somatics, and now I'm connecting it back. A lot of philosophy of perception, philosophy of movement, phenomenology, this word that is unspeakable, the phenomenes. So all this is now for me connecting, and I still have somehow an urge to teach. I also found out that I'm a passionate learner and also I'm a passionate teacher. So I really want other people to know what I also found. So this is a driving thing. And also, I really want to do it the way that I think is the best way, and not the way how I get the most people or make the most money or things like that, but just the thing that I believe in, and to share that with other people. So I guess that's my basic intention. And what are the intentions for this week? I made a little plan. So to also make a little difference from the last retreat. So there will be repetitions, but we will focus from a different side. So one big idea is table work, so that the touch comes to a level, it's not in standing, but if somebody is lying down, he's more vulnerable. Another kind of communication can be very, very effective, but we have to figure out the practicalities, because we have to have a little Satmuk and Satsabat, how we organize that. We all can do that. Then another thread this week will be to come into dance from the developmental movements, the movements that we learn as babies, which has a lot to do with push and pull, but we will look at different limbs, pushing from the head, pushing from the arms, pushing from the legs, and how we can relate to another person, because I also find this very, very fruitful, very deep. We come to this place that is an unconscious place, that is like the inner child's place, that is a very playful place, but also it's a place where a lot can change and develop. So we will look into that. Then I also want to try to do some anatomical embodiment where we look at anatomical pictures, but then the embodiment we do with the help of a partner. So after looking at anatomical pictures, how do you touch them, and how can you together find the structure in the body? Because this also gives another layer on the anatomical embodiment. So I also want to try that. I will not go deep into the coaching. We did a lot of that the last retreat. And one thing I want to try is to dance, a kind of dance that fulfills the basic mental needs, as what I found through my studies. Now, psychotherapists are agreeing more or less on what the basic needs are. And I think through dancing with touch, we can fulfill a lot of these basic needs, which is a great tool, because usually in psychotherapy, you find out, I'm missing that, I'm missing that, I'm missing that. But here we can say, okay, let's do it and see what it does to us. And when we get it, what maybe can change. So lots of plans to do. And yes, I will also will do more theory, new theory, but also old theory, and the format for the old theory will be new. So I will try some things, how to teach and learn theory in a different way. That's also, and we will try a little bit of that already today. So we are really fast because the plan is now to have the big break now. So we just do that. Let's say, let's meet 5:15. Okay, so we have enough time to relax or eat or drink a coffee or whatever. Yeah. Any other questions? Julia, you're not in the screen. That's why I didn't know if you're still there. Okay, so any other questions? Otherwise, we make a big break. Okay, so see you in an hour. Let's come back and wake up. Ah, mein Mikro ist nicht angesteckt. We do some theory, so sitting down. Theorie.
So we start with theory.
You will need the microphone over there.
Yeah, it's also easier because we can show all the slides, right? Then it's easier.
No, you have to work. And you have to partner up with Britta. I will explain.
And so you don't show theory, you could also sit there.
You could also sit there.
You want to do it?
So, the plan now is to do theory, but in a different way. So we have 3 experienced students here that are at the end of the first year, the end of the basic somatic training. And we have Britta. She is very new. So my suggestion is that the 3 experienced students explain to Britta theoretically what PMA is. So I find that teaching and explaining is the best way for learning. I will make a mind map from everything that is said there so that we in the end have some kind of structure. And I ask Julia to support Britta in asking questions. Yes? So whatever question could explain more what this thing PMA is, and also maybe translating, and no question is a stupid question. So whatever comes to your mind is what is this, or how is this, and what are you doing, or I don't understand, explain it again. All these things. And also Julia can think of what might be an intelligent question, maybe, I don't know.
Or a very stupid question.
A very stupid question even, yeah. And Anna and Satsabat and Satmuk are trying to explain what PMA is. But before we start, I will share my screen. No, it doesn't make it bigger. Yeah. So we have this mind map here. I called it students PMA because I have so many mind maps that are called what is PMA. So here the students are explaining to another student what PME is. So maybe Britta will ask a first question. Do you have the Froshi? Yes. And maybe everybody's opening their microphone so that we can really talk. And I try to take notes in the mind map. Okay? So, Britta, please. Ask questions, yes. So,
Julia, what is PME?
What is PME?
what is PME? Yes, that's the first question. So, what could be an answer?
Should I give a complete answer as I have it in my mind, or just one, or just parts?
If you give a complete answer, then do it very slow, because then I try to take notes. But what could be a first answer to what is PME? What do you say, the first thing that you say?
Also to somebody who doesn't know.
Who doesn't know?
Yeah.
What's the first thing that you say?
What the words mean?
What the word?
By the words.
The initial.
So it's physical mental development. It's a method for physical mental development.
Yes, so I put down physio, mental development. And we have it somewhere floating around here. So, yeah, let's maybe connect it. So,
Should I go? I'll go like this, like it started. So I would say PME is a process that teaches. PME teaches a process of sensing within the body.
okay, so this is already a lot. So it's teaching, sensing the body, and its process. It's a process of teaching, sensing the body, was the sentence.
PME teaches a process of sensing the body.
Yeah. Okay.
It's client-oriented, meaning that the client has the answer.
Client-oriented. So we put in here, the client has the answer.
It's anatomical.
It is anatomical. What does this mean? I put it down.
Meaning that it uses the anatomy to enhance the sensing of the body. So experiential anatomy, I would say.
Sensing the body. Is there, so I'm also asking stupid questions now, yeah? Can you sense the body anatomically?
I mean it in the way that...
Yeah, here was a nodding, yeah? Yes, Britta thinks, yes, you can sense the body anatomically. So what do you sense there then?
Just the sensation without the visualization.
And
but visualization is also different than sensing the anatomy. because these are now two different parts, maybe because we visualize the anatomy and then we sense it, but can we sense something else than the anatomy?
I feel the energy.
Yes, exactly. So we could sense energy, but we are not focusing on that in PME.
Oh, really?
Really? Ah. Yes, and that's why it's good to. So we write it here.
And what's the difference between anatomy and energy? For the yogic people.
For the yogic people, yes. So say this question again.
Did you hear me? What's the difference between energy and anatomy?
I mean, for
The
the
sense energy versus anatomy.
for the yogic perspective, is just another level of perception. So there would be, because the physical level is just an expression of the energetical level. So depending of how deep you sense or the frequency of your sensing, you might connect to more anatomical or physical sensation or more energetical sensation, which is the layer which is more subtle. But for the yogi, for example, the whole nervous system is just a copy-paste of the energetical system, because it's the same thing. It's just another level of manifestation or perception. Like water and ice, I would say. So
Water and ice, what was that last?
Like the water and the ice is still
the water and the ice, yeah.
the manifestation of the same element. So for the yogic perspective, since there is no duality and no separation, it works more in terms of level of perception or level of manifestation. So you can have a physical sensation that takes the whole space, and this is the only thing you will sense because it's a pain, for example. But then you observe more and you reach, but under the pain there is something happening, like the movement we perceive in PMA. What is the movement? It's not only anatomical movement, it's energetical movement. So Dieter, when you say we don't focus on energy, for sure, because we are not like doing Reiki but it's sometimes difficult to make the difference between a movement which is physiological and a movement which is energetical.
Yes, but I really want to stress that all these things are going on that you did describe, yeah? And we focus our attention more to the anatomy and to the movement. And we are not focusing so much our attention to the energetic flow or the energetic movement or things like that, that you also can sense, yeah? But we are not focusing on that. And we are not like intentionally working with that. We are intentionally working with anatomy and with movement.
Yeah.
Also, there is no sending of energy when we touch
Okay, so there was another word that we did use but was not down there, which is movement. And touch. So how is movement and touch relating to PMA?
Mindfully and compassionately, we have to add.
Yes. What is this mindful and compassionate?
The mind factors, no?
Yes. And how do they relate? So slowly. Mindful, compassionate. So you see it's a mess now here. So how is this organized? How does touch and movement relate to PMA, and how does mindful and compassionate relate to PMA? Mhm.
It starts somatic dialogue within.
Somatic
Using
dialogue. So there's another thing. There's a somatic dialogue. So, Britta, do you understand what PME is? So, how is this all related?
Maybe we could make a circle that each of the students say it in 1 or 2 words, putting these all 1 or 2 sentences, putting all together.
Yes. So, say it again. Yes.
So I suggest that we make a circle that each of the students puts it in her or his own words, what we all collected here, like in 2 or 3 sentences, to really explain what it is in simple words for Britta. So, and yeah.
Yeah.
So then we start with Anna and then Satsapat and Sadiq.
Let's do that. Anna.
So PME promotes movement, uses movement and touch, and by introducing mind factors, which is the quality of the sensing through movement and touch, create somatic dialogue, which is listening to the body by sensing and observing.
Britta, did you understand that?
What did you understand?
What did you understand?
Confused.
Confused.
Okay, maybe.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Britta is confused. I can understand that. That's not so easy. Yeah. Let's try with. Yes. So let's try with Satmuk. If you explain to Britta all these things, how do they relate?
Julia decided that it was first Satsabat, so I don't want to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then okay. Sorry, I'm wrong. First Satsabat, please.
It's a method where the coach guide and encourage the client to sense mindfully and compassionately her own body, to install a dialogue, to get an answer from the body about what the body needs and what is good for the body, and then reflecting on that experience, which brings then also some positive change in the mind and affect also the balance between the physical and the mental level.
Britta, what?
Ja, es kommt näher irgendwie, ja.
So it's coming closer.
Yeah.
So before we organize it together, let's have Satmuk explain to Britta what this is.
I don't know what I have to add, but let's try. So PMA is involved the body and the mind, and it invites the client to create a relationship with his body through sensing with compassion and mindfully. That automatically that creates a dialogue with the body that induce an answer and then there is a sharing for integration. But I don't know, I'm in between a definition and already the different steps, or what are we talking about?
Yes. And that's exactly, if we know what we are talking about, then it's easier to explain. Yeah. Yes, Julia, you want to explain. Let's try Julia also. So you are assistant.
So PME is a somatic method. That means that it includes body and mind. That is also how the method is called, PME. It's physio-mental development. So body and mind should develop, and we do this through sensing our body, moving and touching.
Mhm.
And we sense mindfully and friendly.
So, Britta, how was that?
Kommt irgendwie eine Gestalt jetzt. So.
Mhm.
So it comes together. So there were like 4 different, so it all puts it together.
I want to add something.
Yes.
Since we started shaping it, let's add something more. Wanted to add also that there is no structured method of telling the client what to do, but
Mhm.
it's a process that it's actually led by the client and supported by the
Mhm.
method.
Mhm. And how is this structure?
Mhm.
How is the structure that is supporting the client? Is there a structure?
Yes, there is a structure.
Yes. So how?
To give the prompt, but the client leads the experience, basically. So it's not like yoga, for example, where there will be like specific instructions to do specific movements. The movement is chosen by the client.
Yes, but isn't the therapist guiding and leading the process also?
It's leading the outline of the process.
Yes.
Yes, but there has to be something.
Yeah. So how is this working? There is some kind of leading, but also the client is giving the movement. So how does this work?
Yes, so the coach will start there's an outline of the process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and God, I expect this question. Let me put my brain to find the words.
But you will remember it 100 years.
Yes, and then it's gonna be stuck. Yes, so the trainer, the coach will give it's a sort of invitation to the client,
Mm-hmm.
and then it allows the space for the client to sense or move or even choose the touch,
Mm-hmm.
in order to lead their own experience, as in what kind of movement or what touch, or this is what I mean.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to
Yes.
get you to some specific words, which
Mhm.
is question
Mhm.
and answer.
Mhm.
So what the coach is really doing is asking questions
Yes.
and waiting for the reaction, for the answer of the client. Yeah, this is the method. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I call it somatic dialogue. Yeah.
So now I have a question.
Yeah.
So in self-coaching, that's the somatic dialogue within.
Yes.
But in coaching a client, it's the coach is asking the questions.
Yes.
Maybe it's both. Also, the client might be asking some questions within themselves.
Yeah,
but supports the questions. Let's say.
But every sensing and moving we do is a question, and then we wait for the answer, and the answer is most of the time a movement. Yeah.
Okay.
Not words in the beginning. First, it's in the body, and first it's a movement. Yeah.
And what's also important is that we as coaches or therapists, we do not manipulate the client. We do not massage, we do not, so it's everything we do is like a question. And it's not only words, but also the touch can be a question, and as little exercise could be a question. And that's, so yeah, that's also important. We do not manipulate or tell the client what are his solutions.
So now we had a lot. How do we organize that? So what are the basic questions that do exist in language? So there's what, why, how, where. And if we go by these basic questions, we find out more about PME. So if we ask what is it then?
So the question is, what is PME?
Yes.
And a short answer from
Yes.
the students.
Short answer. So what goes under what?
Physio-Mental development?
Yes. It's
Method.
It's one possibility, but what else goes under what? We had already quite
Method.
It's a method. Yeah, what kind of method is it? Is it a sports method?
It's a somatic.
It's a somatic method. Exactly. It is a somatic method. And what is a somatic method? What is a somatic method? What does it need to
copy Julia, I have to admit, but it's a somatic method, meaning it involves the mind and body.
Yes, it involves mind and body. Das kann sie dann ausdrucken. Yeah. So, what else does every somatic method has? Like Feldenkrais and Alexander technique and body-mind centering.
Touch.
Touch?
That's
Yes.
how. That's how?
That's all. That's how, yes. So let's go for how.
What's even more basic than touch?
Sensing.
Yeah.
Yes, sensing goes into how. And then also touch goes into how. And what else?
Movement.
And movement goes into how.
And mindful and compassionate also.
That's the special how. Because this how is for all somatic methods, but PME has some special how, yeah? And this special how is mindful and compassionate, which the other somatic methods do not have. So that's why I would give the mindful and compassionate more into method, because this is special to PME. But it's always good to also say that it's a somatic method. That's why it's dealing with body and mind. And we are sensing the body and we are moving and touching. And explaining that is already explaining a lot. Yeah. And it's not so unclear.
And Dieter, in the what, we don't put process and client oriented, or?
Yes, that's also in, but it's also, we could also put it in the how, and we also could put it in the method.
But it's also unique to you. It's not unique, but it's not
In all, yeah. So, but one important question is why? Why are we doing that? And if we explain it right in the beginning, it is also important. So why should we do that?
Health, happiness.
Yes, health and happiness
And well-being.
and well-being.
A bit beyond health.
Yes, a little bit different.
Yeah, I think so. It might be healthy, but not well.
Yeah,
As such.
and the other way around.
So I have to organize it a little bit better. So and maybe let's put it over there. So it's a method that is promoting health, happiness, and well-being. Yeah. And we are sensing, moving, and touching. So this is already also explaining a lot. Yes.
And Dieter, I have a question because sometimes there is some cautiousness about the word healing. Is that something you use easily, or is something that you are precautious about it?
In English language, I use it easy. In German, I do not use it easy. Yeah, because heilen is something that in Austria is very much in law connected to only medical doctors. If you put on your website that you are heilen, you do get difficulties. Yeah. If you put down that you are a healing artist, nobody cares actually. Also in Austria, because healing also encompasses very much also a spiritual side. Yeah, and it's not only the curing in a medical sense. Yeah. So also I'm now also calling myself therapist. Yeah, which I think is okay, is also legally okay. Yeah, even that this method is not really acknowledged under physiotherapy or psychotherapy or something like that. But that's like two things: the legal thing, what is allowed, and the other thing is like, what are we actually doing? Yeah, one thing that is also with healing is we are healing, but we don't have a healer. And that's the difference, yeah? Because usually when you talk about healing, you assume that there is a healer that is healing the sick one or the client, yeah? And we do not have a healer, yeah? We have somebody, maybe a therapist, that supports a process that is maybe healing to the client, yeah, and that's the difference, yeah. Yes, Britta, say this again. Give her the microphone.
The healer is the client.
Yes, the healer is the client itself, and we make up the space and we ask the questions so that the client can be the healer. Yeah. Yes, good understanding, Britta.
And to connect that also, that we provide the space for the resources.
Yes, so resources.
Their own resources that they know work.
So resources, oops. And space. So we have a mess.
And Dieter, the two category, steps and quality, I think they are important, but they do not answer how, why, what, how could we put them?
Yes, but let's look at the method, because their steps and qualities really apply. Yeah. So if I put down method, so what is the method? What's the special things about this method?
Process and client oriented.
Yes, so we have, oops, we have that. Client is the healer. We can put this down here also.
Or the expert.
Client is expert and healer.
The use of mind factors, the qualities.
Yes, so we have mind factors. What is that? What is a mind factor?
Asking.
And the quality that we apply to observing.
The quality that we are applying to observing. Yes, that's correct. I would say the quality of perception or the quality of sensing.
Yeah.
That's the mind factor. So a quality of perception.
What are these qualities?
What are these qualities of perception? Good question. What are these qualities of perception?
Mindful, compassionate, friendly.
Yes, here we have the mindful. Oops, go in there. Here we have the compassionate and friendly. Yes, we don't have the friendly yet, so we put in the friendly.
Also curiosity as a mind factor.
Yes, so there are a lot of mind factors actually.
What's about hateful?
What about hateful? Yes, it's also a mind factor.
But not promoted.
Not?
But not promoted by PME.
Yes, why are we not promoting hatefulness in here? Yes. Just because of ethical reason, or are also practical reasons?
It produces happiness and health, and this is why we do it.
Yes, but maybe if I hate my illness, it brings me well-being. Could be, isn't it? There are methods that work like that.
No. Of course.
If you work, for instance, with cleaning your body, then you hate all the shit in your body and you want to get rid of it. So you have a hateful relationship to that, and you do the cleaning, and the cleaning brings you well-being. So there are methods that work like that. Why do we not work with like that?
Because PME concentrates on the positive feelings. On the pleasant.
Yes, pleasant and positive feeling. Feeling,
Sensing.
feeling and sensing is something different.
Yes.
So we put down feelings, but then we have feelings.
And the pleasant and positive.
And developmental, that bring a development.
Is how could we call this kind of mind factors that do bring a development? Yes, we want those mind factors.
Beneficial.
Beneficial, yes, but I use a lot, like also a Buddhist term, helpful and healing mind factors. Yeah, because the Buddhists divide the mind factors in those that are helpful and healing and those that are not helpful and healing. Yeah, that's the theory about that. And hate is a mind factor that is not helpful and healing. Yeah. So in the mind factors, we have helpful and healing. Oops. So we are still in the method. We are client-oriented and we work with mind factors. So what else is in this method? So there was already, there is already out there a word that, no, we are not working with empathy.
Something that has to do with what we just said is that is resource oriented, the method. So we concentrate
Yes,
not on the problem.
resources can go under method. But here we have the somatic dialogue. And this is the most important thing in the method. Somatic dialogue. We can make it bigger.
Dieter, why the somatic dialogue doesn't go in the how?
It's the method is also a how. So we can put all the method in the how. And we also make this a little bigger. So, yeah. So we are sensing, moving, and touching, but then our method also has these things. It's client-oriented, it's working with the resources, it's working with the mind factors, and it has this somatic dialogue. So what is this somatic dialogue? I was talking with Anna about that.
It's the answers that we find to the questions posed.
Mm-hmm. So it's something to do with question and answer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I say it a bit backwards, right?
Yeah, but you notice it's not so easy. Yeah, and that's why I'm doing it this way, because I can repeat it forever, but if you speak it out, then you know, so what is it? So what is it with this somatic dialogue?
It's also not touch and movement that we put up there. It's touch and movement are part of the dialogue, right?
But doesn't have to.
Doesn't have to.
It can only be sensing, yeah. But because touch and movement and sensing, everybody is doing that is doing a somatic method.
Maybe put here somatics. Something.
Where?
there, it's here somehow somatic method.
Don't we have somatic method already somewhere?
Yeah, in the what?
In the what? Yeah. So,
You can opinion.
yeah. We make the Again, I'm in the somatic dialogue. There's a question and an answer. So what is also important in this somatic dialogue?
To listen to the body.
To listen. Yes, let's put listen in there. Listening is an important part of the somatic dialogue. What else is important?
Reflecting.
Breathing. So, breathing we should put in here also, because it's not only moving and touching. Breathing is, whoops, not in here, it's up there. Breathing is important how also, yes?
Where would the reflecting go?
It goes into somatic dialogue. It's the end of the somatic dialogue. So let's put in here reflecting. One very, 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 very important thing that goes under the how and the somatic dialogue is the presence, yes, that goes with the mind factors and also with the somatic dialogue. Let's make it here and connect it to the mind factors. So I have.
And in the somatic dialogue, because it can can we say that we contact a place that need our attention, or because that's the first step? No, the question is contacting what the body is asking us to, or what, the body, or what we are asked to bring attention. So is there not a contact, or I don't know how to formulate it?
Yes, but we do not have to start with the place that needs attention. We can start randomly, like we start with the shoulder because it's the easiest place to touch and make contact. Yeah. So this is a special question. Where does it need attention now is already a very complex, special question. But we, even with not asking where does it need attention now, we still can be in a somatic dialogue. But how is the answer happening?
As through movement?
Yes, that's the expression of the answer. But how is it happening?
Change?
Yes, but
By sense.
how is it happening?
Sensing.
It's happening through self-regulation. And this is the important thing. So I put it in there.
We got the regulation.
It's not happening in thinking about it. Yeah. It's happening through self-regulation. And the reflecting is coming in the end, which is very important because in psychotherapy, you are reflecting and hoping that the reflecting is helping the change. And it's not what we're doing here. We're sensing and moving and hoping for the self-regulation to happen. And then afterwards, we reflect.
How do you know the self-regulation?
How do you know the self-regulation? Yes, good question. Dear students, how do you know the self-regulation?
The body.
You don't. That's the that's the for me the key of it. It's you don't. It's another.
Yes, very important. Yes, you don't know. There is a place of not knowing. So
And
you're yeah.
But when it happens, we
one sentence for me that is. I mean, that I validate completely, but when we say the client has the answer or client is expert, for me, there is too much of the I know in that. I would write your body as the answer. I mean, even if it's not only the body because the mind is involved, but it's like there is something about not knowing, which is so beautiful in that method, to be surprised. When we put the client as the answer, for me, it brings more into the mind and
so I put the body of the client as the answer.
Yeah, with that I resonate more.
Yeah, or the theory I will present is not the cognitive self has the answer, but the experiential self has the answer. Or the unconscious self has the answer.
The body is also limited. Yeah, it's more
Yeah.
yeah.
So let's put it,
Because it's
the experiential self, experiential, unconscious.
experience. Yeah, me too.
INT.
Experiential. So like this. Okay.
can I add something here?
Yes.
That with PME, the fact that we integrate the body and the mind in the process is what brings the answer. So it's not just body, it's not just mind, but the fact that it brings both together.
Just that is not bringing the answer.
Yes, not as in the process, but as in where the answer lies. It lies in both.
It lies in both.
When they come together.
Yes,
and
it lies in both.
Brings them nicely together.
Yes, the answer lies in both, in body and the mind. But just because we are dealing with the body and the mind doesn't mean that there is a helpful answer. We need to go through the somatic dialogue with the quality of sensing to come to a helpful answer.
Yeah, but isn't that how PME brings together, integrates the mind and the body?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it's because for me, like my experience through the training, it's how much we bring both together, because there is no such phrase in PME as in shut your mind out and go with your body and follow what your body says. Which maybe is another method because you have some other goal, for example. But yeah, I mean, we do not try to isolate either the one or the other, but through the somatic dialogue, actually bring them to work together simultaneously.
Yeah, and that's because we are sensing and moving. And sensing is what the mind does, and moving is what the body does. And we do it at the same time. We are sensing and moving. So it's in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who is sensing?
The mind.
From the light.
Yes. We are sensing our bodies, and we help the client to sense their bodies. Yeah. But sensing is what the mind does. That's per definition. Yeah.
Question.
Yes, question?
With the sensing, isn't it also through the various sensors that the proprioceptors
Yes.
that are actually within the body, and we are giving attention to them?
Yes.
But then it's the mind that gives attention to them.
No, the mind can perceive, and it can perceive through any sense organ. It can perceive through looking, through smelling, through hearing, or it can perceive through the interoception and proprioception. Yeah. So we are sensing and moving, and we are sensing our body. Yeah.
And of course, it's bodily sense organs. That's a little bit, that's the confusion. Actually, you cannot really separate them, but what is good is a dead body may also have sense organ, but cannot sense anymore. But you have to be alive, and that's the mind actually is in a living body. Or you could also call it spirit or whatever, but it's, yeah. But that's the definition of the mind in the Buddhist. A living body has a mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so Britta, how are you now?
What is PME?
What is PME, Britta?
It's a method. Come and try it.
It's a method, yes.
It's a method.
It's a method. What kind of method?
We're starting from the beginning.
Yeah, maybe. What kind of method is PME?
It's a somatic method.
Yes.
And it's called somatic because it involves the mind and the body.
Yes. And what are we doing there?
And we are, the method involves movement, touch, and sensing the body. And more specifically, the PME. Yeah, you want me to list them all? Maybe another student can.
Maybe another student can go on.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was stuck on something else. Because what I realized when you wrote the experiential and conscious, I realized how much important, I mean, we all have different words and vocabulary, but the experience actually, and I was surprised how come it's not appearing in the somatic dialogue, because the question and answer, it's an experience, and this is where it makes the big difference. I've got the answer as a client because I have an experience. I mean, I don't know. I was like, wow, how come this word does not appear somewhere else? But that was just a thought.
The experience, yeah. Actually, yeah, experience. What is an experience? In opposite to a thought, an experience is something that we can sense and perceive. Then we have an experience. Something where we think, then we have a thought, which is not an experience. But PME is also acknowledging thinking, yeah, in the somatic dialogue, as you noticed in the coaching, because we are going into the experiential and unconscious and into sensing and moving, but we know that at the same time we are also thinking and feeling, yeah, and we do acknowledge that it is there, yeah. but
me-
we try to find the healthy stuff in the experiential field.
Because I guess we use different words also by habits, but for me, the experience includes all that, because there is the physical, the mental, and the emotional, but it also brings the, I would say, a quality that I remember my experience, or is something that is almost integrated. So it's something that is happening within me, and I get something, you know, my experience. So that is just why this word resonated little more, because it's like, it's mine, it's something that I keep. So I was, connecting that to the somatic dialogue, but more than the question, open question, than a certainty.
Yeah, I also cannot really answer it completely. Yeah. Also, there is this method that is called somatic experiencing. And it's and actually it's a psychotherapy which is not very much working with sensing, and this makes it very difficult,
It's not a somatic method. It's a psychotherapy.
Yeah, it is a psychotherapy. It's called somatic experiencing. It's really big. Yeah. Everybody that has a trauma now wants to do somatic experiencing. And I get a lot of people that think I'm doing somatic experiencing. Yeah. And then I have to explain, yes, we are experiencing in a somatic way, but it's different to what somatic experiencing is doing.
Yeah.
So the difference is that they don't have movement as a group, and they are not teaching. Yeah, so they just work one-on-one, and I also don't know if they're working in a kind of dialogue for self-regulation. Yeah. So, and they are going in and out. That's what I know. Sensing the trauma and then non-sensing the trauma, going into the trauma and not going into the trauma, and also letting the body remember the trauma and then going in and out. So, so it's a lot about really working with the trauma. Yeah. And we are working with sensing the body and asking, what do you need to feel better? Yeah, and with the resources. And that's a different kind of healing. So that's why the body of the client is the healer. And in somatic experiencing, it's a lot the therapist that makes the decision, do this next, do this next. Yeah. So it is a different approach. It's also, what I've heard, quite effective if the therapist is a good therapist. I also heard of bad therapists that didn't understand what they were doing. But Peter Levine, who invented it, should really be like perfect. If you watch him, you really see how it is working. Yeah. But it's different to what we are doing. Yeah.
They are touching too, or
they also do have a kind of touch work. I experienced it once, but then the therapist was surprised what I was doing, because I started moving. He was touching me and I started moving, because that's naturally for me. There's an answer in me and he was surprised that I move. So
what did he tell you?
What did it on me? Well, I went into a helpful answering through movement. So for me, I could describe it as a somatic dialogue. He was touching me, and then there was an answer happening in my body, and I was following it into movement. Yeah, and the therapist was like, "Oh, that's great what you're doing," but he didn't know how to handle it. Yeah.
So, there's a question, since we are connecting words.
Yeah, connecting words.
Yes. Does PME also relate to embodiment?
Yes.
Or does it include embodiment?
Yes. And there are a lot of different definitions. What is this word embodiment? Yeah. It was also really big before trauma. The embodiment was like big. Everybody was embodied, embodied, embodied. Some people just use it if you do something not only from thinking, but also involving your body, then it's embodied. I have a more precise definition of what embodiment is. My definition is in embodiment is the process in which the mind becomes aware of its body.
Okay.
Because every mind is connected to one body, because we have one person. And we can have the mind only in thinking and feeling. Yeah. But if the mind starts sensing the body, then this is the process of embodiment. So then
But this has to involve a process that involves the body to begin with. You have to put the body into some kind of movement.
No, you don't have to move. It involves the mind in the beginning. If the mind is starting to become aware of its body, that's my definition of embodiment. Yeah, that's why I also call it anatomical embodiment, because there the mind becomes being aware of the body in an anatomical way. Yeah, we are not sensing our emotional body, we are not sensing our energetical body, we are sensing our anatomical body. Yeah,
clear.
And then there is, in psychology and philosophy, they have cognition. And then they found that there is something like embodied cognition. And it's very far away from my definition of what embodiment is. So there are a lot of different definitions of embodiment, and you have to look precisely what is going on under that flag. And there are people doing like kind of very old-fashioned yoga, and they call it embodiment, because then they claim with each position, they claim an emotion is connected. And then I say, that's why it's embodied. So there are all kinds of different things in this world that call themselves embodied. Yeah. Okay, other words that are floating around?
But I found interesting how words is connected to also what other people do, and what is the right word actually to be faithful to the technique, the technology, and it's not so easy.
It's not so easy, yeah. And also, like, I'm really using also terms that come out of Buddhism, and some people really have difficulty with that. Yeah, they say they have to translate it into other words. Yeah. So, and also there are people that say they can't hear the word mindfulness any longer because everything now is mindful. Yeah. Well, fuck off with this mindfulness. So it became a bad word that people can't hear anymore. So we have to deal with all of that because language is living. We don't know. Yeah. And so when somebody comes like Britta and I start to explain, what I usually do is that I make breaks in my explaining, and maybe Britta then is asking something, because then I'm in her speech, in her language. And if she says, well, isn't it like yoga? We're also doing this. Then I can be in dialogue, because then I can talk about yoga, and then I can talk about when yoga can be somatic and when yoga is not somatic, and what we do have in common and what we do not have in common. And then we can like make a language together. Yeah. If I just tell my words, then people go like, yes, okay. So
you
yes,
and you apply already the method in explaining.
yes, I'm applying the dialogue in yeah. And also, like, some people are more into moving and sports, and others have experience in psychotherapy, here then I can find what do we have in common and what is different. Yeah.
Was die anderen in ihrer Sportart oder in ihrer. So how would you know?
How could you find out what others are doing in their sport?
No, du musst quasi auch informiert sein über andere Dinge.
No, I can ask.
Ah, you can ask. Yeah, of course.
I can always ask. So what are you doing when you train marathon and you think in marathon, I'm using my mind more than my body? Yeah, I mean, sports people are talking like that. And then we can talk about what the mind and the body, yeah, and will, and or is it a receiving, so and things like that. And are you in dialogue, or you're just willfully doing something over your body and things like that? And then we are in a conversation, yeah. Okay, so Britta, how are you? Do you have an idea a little bit what PMA is? Yes, I see a nodding of the head. So students, good job.
Dieter, what do we do with the floating words?
Yes, let's see what we have here.
But what was space? I didn't. What was the space?
The space.
What's the space? Where did the space come from?
Anna said.
Yeah. Basically, PME creates the space for the somatic dialogue to occur. I think it was at that point.
Yes. So time.
The question that we pose a question, whether it's by touch or words or whichever method.
Yeah.
We pose a question, but we leave the space for the client to bring the answer. That I remember.
So the space goes to question and answer, maybe. Yeah.
Oriented. We leave him the space, or the coach offers the space.
Yes. Also, time and space. I would put in the word setting, yeah, because where are we doing it? For how long are we doing it? It's also important, and their space also is in there, yeah, because that's what people also want to know. Are you doing this in the woods? Are you doing it in a car? Are you doing it in a studio? Are you doing it in front of the screen? What is the setting? What is the space? Yeah. Are you doing it in a small space just with your client sitting down? Yeah. Or what is the setting? Because when people from the outside have a little bit knowledge about the setting, they can connect it and say, ah, yeah, you're doing it in a moving space. I also go once a week in doing gymnastics. And then, okay, where are you doing the gymnastics? Oh, I'm doing it in the Turnhalle. Yeah. So what is going on in the Turnhalle usually? And why is it in German schools called Leibesübungen and not Körperübungen? So what is a Leib? And there we can try to have a dialogue. Yeah. So so space, yeah, and setting, yeah. So what about teaching feelings, and it is anatomical?
Teaching, we could also put into the setting, because we're teaching.
Yes, yes. There is actually another category, what form does it take, this PMA? Because doesn't have only one form. Yeah, we have different forms. Yeah, we have group setting with teaching. We have one-on-one setting. We have somatic movement. We have dance. So we have a lot of different. How did I call it? No, it's not the setting. It's forms. Yeah. Which is also different, for example, to somatic experiences. Format, yeah. So, for instance, there we have the somatic coaching, yeah, or we have the somatic touch, which is a little bit a different format. We have the healing dance, yeah. Somatic experiencing does not dance. We do dance, yeah. So that's also a big difference then, yeah. But it's also confusing, because usually it's much easier to sell something if it has a one little neat form. And we have so many different forms, yeah. So that's why I'm usually trying to talk about the method and the principles than about the form, yeah, because we have different formats. So what about the feelings?
Would they go in reflection?
No.
Okay. In the sense that after sensing and going through the somatic dialogue, then feelings might arise, either positive or even negative. And it could be like, I mean, it comes as a reflection. In that way, I'm not sure if it's so.
Did you see where I put it?
The reflection?
No, the feelings.
Yeah.
So it's a somatic method. It's working with the mind and the body. And in the mind, there is perception.
Okay.
There is thinking and there is feeling.
If you use the simple definition that mind is everything that is not the body, then the feelings are.
So we are working.
Sensing as well.
Sensing as well. Yeah. Sensing as well. Sensing goes under perception for me. Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, Anna, they are part of the somatic dialogue. And when you reflect, you also ask, you sense this, and what may there were also feelings.
Yeah. But you also can reflect on what was I thinking? Yes. What was I sensing? What was I feeling? Yeah.
So the whole.
Yeah. So you're reflecting on what was going on. Yeah.
Question.
Yes, question.
Someone that might be first time coming in touch with sensing, mind, body, a logical person that is an accountant, let's say.
An accountant, yes.
Without prejudice,
yes.
just as a stereotype. And you say, I don't know, and it's like, I'm sensing my elbow.
Yes.
But what they're doing is, they're just thinking of their elbow, but not actually sensing.
Yes.
Like, because sometimes you make these questions like, is something changing there? Is the temperature changing? Yeah. Is there any movement there? Not actually moving.
Yeah.
So it's more, I'm thinking like this distinction between.
Yes. So what do you do then?
They think that they're sensing.
Yeah. So what do you do then?
Yeah. We ask these questions.
Yes. So let's ask the other students. What do you do with the accountant that thinks he's sensing but is not really sensing?
Like Anna said, you give example. Is it hot or cold, or is it dense or expansive, contractive? Like you can give example of what can be the quality of sensing, the quality of perception?
Yeah, then the accountant said, it's just normal. What do you do then?
What is normal? Can we ask that? What is normal for you?
Yes, but then you are in the language definition thing. But there's one really very helpful tool that you can use with those people, which is touch.
Okay.
Because you touch the elbow, yes, and you only touch one elbow. And that's also because the body has a lot of things that are twofold. And you touch just one shoulder, one elbow, one ear, yeah? And then you ask,
with the other elbow.
how is the other elbow compared to this elbow?
Then
And then they have to sense. But still, then they say something, yes, it's warmer now, it's because you touched there, you have warm hands. Yes.
Yeah.
But then you can, so how is it when it's warm? Is warm more pleasant than not warm?
Give it back.
But touch is a very, very good tool. Yeah. I also always tell the story of my father. Yeah, my father is always curious and wants to know what his child is doing. So he said I should treat him, and I was treating him. And then at a certain moment, we were like standing, and I was asking, yeah, so how, and we were like doing some things, and it was, so how are your feet now? And he said, well, if I'm really honest, I have to say now, I don't know what this sensing is. I don't sense anything in my feet. Yeah. And then I said, look at me. And don't look down, just look at me. How do you know that you have feet? And he said, yeah, well, I sense it. And I said, see, that's what we are working with. And then he could make the connection, and then he could tell me things about his feet. But for him, this sensing was never any important. We're working with this.
Yeah.
So he was sensing, but he never put any importance into this sensing. Yeah. And he was realizing, yes, I'm sensing it because if I don't look down, I still know that I have feet. Yeah. And I just know from sensing. Yeah.
Pain.
Pain is always something that brings you into sensing. Yeah. And sometimes people say, like they say, I have pain in the elbow, then we work. And then as I ask, so what are you sensing now? And they say, nothing. So how can they sense nothing? Because it's not pain. Pain is the only thing what they can sense. And if pain is not there, they say they sense nothing. Yeah. And then I can say, does this nothing have a quality?
Yeah.
And then I also, sometimes it's helpful to say some adjectives. Is it bright? Is it dark? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it tickling? And then they say, no, it's not like this, it's more like that. And then you have already a distinction between two things, and then they are sensing. Yeah.
Also beim Scherzo ist es manchmal so, dass sie ein Kribbeln spüren. So wie
Mhm.
Kribbeln.
Tickling sensation. Yeah. Okay. More questions? Rita, do you have questions to all the experts? Not in the moment. Satsapat, you had a question.
No, it's just that there is another floating thing. It is anatomical.
It is anatomical. Yes. Where do we put this?
Oh, no. What happened? Would have blocked.
Yeah.
So, if we say we work with the mind and the body, it looks like it's just 3 words, but there's so much in there. What is the mind and what is the body, and with what body do we work? So we work with the anatomical body, and we work with the mind, which is perception, sensing, feeling, and thinking. Yeah. Because a lot of people say, yes, we're working with the body mind, and they're doing some kind of movement practice. Yeah. But they don't know what mind is. They can't define what mind is. We have a definition of what mind is. And also in a lot of movement methods, there is no anatomy involved in there also. So that's also how we might differ from other methods. Okay, other floating things, other ideas. Tomorrow you get more questions. And you will help Britta. Okay, so let's have a little break, and then we go into sensing and moving again.
10 minutes or...
Well, let's make 15 minutes. That's, let's say 5 minutes to 7, we meet again, okay?
Dat wel doen.
Let's come back. Everybody's back? Yes. So let's go into moving and sensing as we are a somatic method. So start walking through the space. And look around. And what you're perceiving is what your mind is doing. So you're perceiving the light, the walls, colors. And what is special in this method is that we are applying qualities to our perception. So let's see everything that you see mindfully and compassionately. So, what is that? We will go into that deeper tomorrow or the day after that, but just try. What is it to see and perceive mindfully and with compassion? And then walk backwards and notice what this does to your perception. Usually you see different things when you're walking backwards, which means something is different in your mind also when you're walking backwards. And can you still perceive mindfully and compassionately what you are seeing now? And walking backwards is also good to get the other senses going. So, what are you hearing in your space? How are you noticing the other people in space? Can you somehow perceive with your back where you are in space? So this is a good place to start to get the body involved. And then walk forward again, but open your arms and spread out in space and see how big you are and what it needs to walk, and don't pump in another person because the other person is also big. So, my space. So, can you own your space? Good. And then start to move and stretch and fold and bring your attention to the inside space. So the interoceptors and proprioceptors are now in our mind. What are we sensing on the inside? And moving is helping sensing, because there's more going on. And sensing is changing our movement.
You want to record?
Are we recording? We are still recording.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it doesn't appear on our screen.
Yes, we are live on YouTube. We did record also all the breaks. So, bring your attention inwards. And also here, how is it to sense mindfully and compassionately? Because maybe you're sensing more hatefully your own body, because your body doesn't work, because it is sick, because it hurts, and it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So how is it to sense mindfully and compassionately your own body? And sometimes it's even harder to sense ourselves than to sense somebody on the outside in this quality. And to do that, let's have a little touch warm up with ourselves. So starting from the head, we will stroke down the body. Not very precise, but to get more sensations. So how is it to touch your shoulders and your arms? How is it to touch your front, your belly? How is it to touch your back? And the skin is very sensitive, but also we have a lot of skins on the inside. The fascia. So by starting to touch our skin on the outside, we also can start sensing the fascia on the inside. Okay, and again, start moving and sensing inwards and try to sense all the skin inside. All the muscles are packed in fascia. All the bones are packed in fascia. All the arteries are packed in fascia. All the nerves are packed in fascia. All the digestive organs are packed in fascia. In different layers, and they all are very sensitive. And it's also a sliding and gliding always going on the inside. So we're saying hello, and we are becoming conscious about what we can sense inside of our body. We're doing embodiment. And notice what's going on when you sense mindfully and compassionately. What is going on in your movement? What is going on in your thinking? And what is going on in your feeling? Because the theory says that this is helpful and healing, but is it really with you in this moment? So we always stay critical in this dialogue. And we can ask ourselves our own resources, which means we're asking what would be helpful and healing? What kind of movement, where, what place of attention, trusting that our experiential system, our body knows what would be helpful and healing. Good. And now come to a balanced position, standing upright. And here, ask yourself, where would it need attention right now? Maybe your body, your experiential system is telling you, that place. And then if you can touch that place, if not, just sense it. So we're sensing that place that you did choose. And we sense it mindfully and compassionately. And we're listening, is there any answer to our sensing? And the answer can be a movement, the answer can be a thought or a feeling, the answer can be a change in tension, a change in alignment, a change in balance, whatever. And it doesn't have to be an answer, but if there is an answer, support the answer. Follow it. And if not, just start moving slowly and gently. As movement gives us more possibility to sense, and movement opens the door for the development, for the change. So now we are sensing and moving again. Listening to the answers. So is anything changing at this place or not? And then open this to a more full body movement. So how is this place connected to other places in the body? Good. Notice what's going on in the thinking and feeling. Coming from our physical self, what's going on in the thinking and feeling. Good. And then we step out of the immediate process and start walking. And in this walking, we can reflect. What did just happen? How would we put it in words? And this part is also important, as we do have a cognitive self. And this cognitive self also needs to believe what is going on in this sensing and moving. Good. And then from a standing position, let's take another round of that. So again, here ask your body, where does it need attention now. Choose a place. Put mindful and compassionate attention there. If you can and want, touch the place. And sense and listen. And maybe there is already an answer, maybe not. The answer can be different things. If there is no movement happening, decide, start moving slowly and gently. And keep sensing mindfully and compassionately. Sensing and moving. Listening to changes and developments. What could be helpful and healing? What is going on in your thinking and feeling now? And open this up to a more full body movement. So how is the rest of the body connected to this? How is it to sense again this area? And thinking and feeling is happening at the same time. Good. And then again, step out of the immediate process, take some steps through the space, take walking for integration. What did just happen? Good. And then come together with a partner, different partner. And we will do this now with a partner. So decide who is the one who is following his process. So I decide it's me now because I'm showing it. And I get the help from the other partner because the other partner is borrowing their hand. So Julia is giving her hand, her sensing hand, and I am deciding where do I need the touch now, where do I need attention, and I put the hand at the place. And then we both sense mindfully and compassionately what's going on there. Maybe there's an answer, maybe there's something happening. And then I start moving and Julia is following, so that I always have this touch that reminds me of sensing mindfully and compassionately. Good. And whenever I feel ready, I decide, I want the hand more here, because this needs attention now. I place Julia's hand there. We both sense mindfully and compassionately, and I start moving and Julia is following. Okay, and we do this for a while. So Satmuk and Satsapat did this already, so I'm asking you guys, is this clear? Yes? Good. So decide who is in the process and who is the toucher. So then the toucher offers her hand, and you take Anna's hand and place it somewhere where it needs attention. You both sense mindfully and compassionately. In your own timing, change the place of touch. Where does it need attention? And the hands help sensing mindfully and compassionately. Keep sensing mindfully and compassionately, following the answer of your body. Where does it need attention? And come to an end. Leave the touch. Stand in front of your partner and stand over there so that I have a little overview. And ask your partner what they did experience and listen mindfully and friendly. I unmute myself. So, are you ready to change roles, or do you still need time to reflect? You're ready. Okay, so let's change roles. What's the time? Okay. So, I offer my hand. So sense mindfully and compassionately what is there right now. And move and follow the movement. Die Arme. Okay, come to an end. Come to an end with the touching and do a little interview. Ask your partner what they did experience. Good. Are you ready? One last exercise would we have, which is we do that alternating. So I'm offering my hand. Let's show it for you guys. I'm offering my hand. We put it somewhere. And then we move together. And then I take a hand, put it somewhere. And we move.
No,
not.
switch.
Yeah, clear. We can do it into each other, which is the next step. But to have it clear in the beginning, yeah, we alternate. Okay. Also over there, is it understood? Okay, good. So we have 7 minutes, 6 minutes to do that. So, and try to keep sensing mindfully and compassionately. And from that sensing, start moving. And then immediately alternate roles, switch. So you can decide on your own to switch roles, in your own timing. And come to an end. And say thank you and goodbye. We will reflect in a big circle. Good. So let's come together to reflect. So you didn't hear the music. Is this right? We had some good music. You also did hear the music?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why does it say? Interesting. Like this. Okay. Wrong button. I was wrong. So we have to stop it here as well. So, okay. Now we are ready. So let's start in Carinthia. Satmuk, you are on the left side. How are you? What was your experience of this last hour?
My nervous system reacted a lot. The parasympathetic nervous system. I was yawning a lot and feeling heaviness, not negative heaviness, but like my body just wanted to collapse, like. And I still have this feeling of kind of so relaxed that it's difficult to hold myself. And I'm a bit tired, like, yeah, I'm a bit tired. And it was, it was nice to reconnect today. I enjoyed this space. So that was, even if I feel like tired and a little bit without energy, I feel nourished. And this is what I'm connected today. It's nourishment. Thank you.
Nourishment. Thank you, Satmuk. Satsabat, how are you? What did you experience?
Pretty much what Satmuk said, it's valid also for me. I'm quite tired and the back pain came back, the headache came back. It disappeared this afternoon, which was good. So now it's time for bed for sure. But the sentence that kept on coming to my mind was happy for today. So definitely I had a nice day with you all. So I'm happy.
Happy for today. Thank you, Satsabat. Anna, how are you? What was your experience?
This round, even before we started the touch with the partner, touch was very much present, and I was feeling like when I looking for the answer or what would make it a healing or make it feel better was to put more touch. So the touch was like the highlight of this of this session from the beginning, and the activities we did with the main characteristic there was how nurturing it felt, like being taken care of just by someone offering a touch, and also trying to move a little bit further away and still know that the touch is there. It created this really safe and warm sensation, and it was very calming, very calming for me. I enjoyed it.
How are you now, Anna?
And also, before I answer that question, to when giving the touch, it was really nice to be able to follow the other person's process, like to be given permission to be part of someone's process like that, and observe what the other person is experiencing and sensing the change either in the movement or the breathing, or it's really nice to observe that. And I'm feeling calmly tired.
Calmly tired. Yes. Thank you, Anna. Britta, how are you? What did you experience?
Yeah, this was very, very fine. Also safe. I feel safe, and also like a good food, but not in the mouth with the hand. Yeah, it was a good day today. Very, very smart and fine. It's a good method.
Yes, this could be your first answer if somebody asks, what is pain? It's a good method.
This is what I know now.
Thank you. Britta, how are you now? I also want to know.
Yeah, it's fine.
Fine.
Fine. And fine, yeah.
Good. Thank you, Britta. Julia, how are you? What did you experience?
Yeah, I'm also fine. Somehow also happy inside. Today it felt kind of it's interesting, kind of like simple and slow, but really but yeah, very nourishing. So it's really, yeah, and it's nice, the simplicity actually, yeah. Which maybe is nourishing. It's really interesting. Yeah, and also experience this, like the simplicity also now with the touch. Because it's at some point like I offered like just this index finger, just this to be touched by the thumb of my partner. And this was really touching, actually. It was even more touching than another part. It's really interesting, yeah. So yeah, it's also, so yeah, just to try out also new things. And yeah, I'm curious and happy and looking forward, and yeah, just like realizing now, wow, and this now we will have again like for another 7 days. So good to be nourished in all layers. Thank you so much for being here. It's nice to be with you.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. And as I am also was doing it, I also want to give a little feedback how it was for me. Now I feel like the electricity of my brain switched. Like everything is a little bit like not so much in the teaching mind anymore. Yeah. Well, flat. And very interesting for me in the touch, I was realizing that when I'm touching Julia, there's so much more intention with me. And now I tried really to do less. And it was very interesting, yeah, to come from the very little, the very nearly nothing, and connect there, yeah. So that was very interesting. Also to experience in myself how my usual touch is, and then to here come to very minor things, yeah. And it was touching, emotionally touching to do that, yeah. So I also wanted to share that. I hope it's okay if teacher also shares some things. Yeah, we nearly did it. And as we only 6 people, the feedback rounds are not as long. Yeah, last time we were 8 and 9, so it was much longer. So let's call it a day. See you tomorrow. Anything we have to think of? Satmuk, you sent me the picture of your massage table. Yes, it could work. I would also be interested how wide it is, but I guess you're both very small people, because if I think if I was lying there, I'm too big. So you have to figure out if both of you can lie there and rest your arms. So it's about, can your arms be in a position that it is resting? And the second thing is to make it really soft. So put something on there that it's really soft, because then people can really relax. Yeah, we don't want to have this hardness where this brings us into movement from the floor, but on the table we have it really soft. But I think it can work. Yeah.
It's a massage mattress on top, so that might work.
Yeah, but like shiatsu mattresses are different than the cushioning on a massage table. Yeah. So like find something that is really where you can really relax on. Yeah. But I think it can work. So we can do some stuff, and also that you can place it in front of the camera, that I see what you are doing, which is also important. But then, yes, good first day. Other questions? Britta, you had your hand up, or you were just chasing the fly? No. Just peeling your nose. Okay, doesn't count. So, see you tomorrow. Have a nice day and have a good rest.
Good night.
Bye-bye.